appointment, so we'll go over the scheduling link and any other custom requests you have for that. But just before we get started, anybody else, any thoughts, feedback before we get into our opening discussion? No? Okay. This is going to be a challenging session. We have a lot to cover. We don't all cover it today, all right? Tuesday and Thursday session is a continuation, so we go deeper and deeper into the details of planning. So don't think you have to absorb all of this today, okay? So far, we've covered some very basics of entrepreneurship, particularly the definition. So how many of you, based upon that definition of what it is to be an entrepreneur, have now claimed that definition, or you're still working on it, not sure? Where are you in the process of being an entrepreneur? I told you it was going to be hard today. It's not me talking all day. Let's get a mic. There we go. Sir, is the mic... Mike, is it on? Is it on? Okay. All right. Here we go.
I'm working on claiming that it's the...
No, somebody needs to run it. Yeah.
It's the moving forward without the control resources. That is the part that I'm really trying to say, okay, I'm moving forward regardless.
Okay. So tell everybody again the definition of entrepreneurship as an entrepreneur you just referred to in your own words, so everybody's clear.
So moving forward with your business, regardless of whether you have the control of all the resources you need.
Correction. The definition of entrepreneur did not include business. Because being an entrepreneur does not mean you have to start a business. It's a mindset. It's a way of thinking. It is an approach to management. That's why I use that definition. Because everybody's stuck in being like, oh, you start a business. Maybe not, right? You might buy a business. You might just be an investor. You might just be an inventor. Okay, so the definition of entrepreneur is what? Someone pursues the opportunity, regardless if they have control of the resources to take advantage of that opportunity. It's the pursuit of the opportunity. So she's saying she's having difficulty with the pursuit part when you don't have resources. So what was the two extremes in the entrepreneurship?
Promoter.
There we go. So you have the promoter, which is fully fledged on a set of behaviors, the pursuit of that perception of an opportunity, right? And then you have the what? Trustee. More administrative. Still can be entrepreneurial, but what? You focus more on what resources you do have control over. So an entrepreneur, you move forward even if you don't have all the resources, but then you're mindful of what resources you do have. That's the switch I need you to make. Because you may not get the loan. The main customer you think you need may say no. You may not get approved for minority certification first go around. So the question is, what are you going to do? You have to shift. You have to adapt. You have to be flexible. That's what's being entrepreneurial. It puts you in a very uncomfortable space. So all day, I'm going to ask you about your comfort level. I'm uncomfortable right now. I hate speaking in front of people. I'd rather sit at my desk. Just tell me what you need. You need a program design? Sure, not a problem. Give me 2 weeks. right? Hate it. When I was a professor, people would sign up for my class. I'd be like, why? You and I fight all day, every day, but why? But if I got to do it, then I got to do it. So you got to ask yourself if the idea you have is the $1 million game changer, community shifting, family inheritance, whatever you said it is going to be for you. Is it worth you being uncomfortable? If it's not, then it's not a great idea. Right? How many of us want to be, we're going to talk about wealth in a minute. How many of us want to be millionaires? I'm not saying that's the end goal. Oh, you got one there? Okay. Let me ask it another way. How many of us want to be wealthy? And we're going to have a definition of that. Okay. If you want to be wealthy, or any goal you want to achieve, means you have to put yourself in different spaces, mentally and physically. If you don't get anything else from the boot camp, the main thing you need to make a decision is, are you going to be an entrepreneur? It is a decision. It's not the business plan. It's not the business idea. It's none of that. Because then every day you wake up with that decision, and that is going to drive everything else, because everything else will fall into place if you're willing to do the work. So let me ask another question, part of our opening discussion, and be prepared to pass the mic around because I need to hear from a few of you. Remember we had the article about the reasons people start a business? Some of y'all were on the fence. Oh, I want to be I got to be a hybrid. Where are we now? We are 3 weeks and some change from our initial meeting. What is your reason for starting the business? I need you to be as clear as can day. It could change tomorrow, but I need to hear from everybody. Where are you in your reasoning? Sir, you got the mic? There we go. Shout out to Mr. Kwan. See how you got the bag. See that, boy, that Southeast, boy, you can't mess with DC folks. You can't, you see the hat? With the loafers. What? He be killing me, man. He be killing me. I'm sorry, go ahead.
My reason for starting my business was I realized that there was a need for my services, and I was doing it for free at the time. And then I realized this is something that I enjoy doing, and I could be paid to do it. And so that's why I started doing it.
So which of the 4 categories do you fall into? I'll read them. Passionate creators, freedom seeker, legacy builder, struggling survivor. Pick one.
Legacy builder.
Legacy builder. Did you read the article?
No, I didn't.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think I fall into that category because I always think about the generations after me, you know, my children. Will I be able to leave something behind for them and build some generational wealth? Something I know is lacking in our community. So.
Okay. All right. So we have one legacy builder. Who else?
When I first started, I was passionate,
Passionate. Okay. All right.
but now it's freedom seeker.
Why the change?
Because working on my businesses, I realized that I want more freedom to do whatever I want to do.
Okay.
I know I had to put the hard work in first to
Okay.
even get there. And it's a certain lifestyle I want to live, which includes freedom. So
Okay. How long are you willing to wait to get to the freedom? Or is it the mere fact you took a leap of faith, the actual freedom? I'm hitting y'all today. I'm telling you. Today's the day.
I mean, I'm willing to wait a while to get
Okay.
to the type of freedom I would like.
Your answer is completely right and valid because it's yours.
Right.
My job today is to make sure I'm challenging various aspects of your thought, not to change your mind, but to make sure you're thinking through a lot of the elements of why you want to go into business, because that's what planning is all about. We talked about the business plan this afternoon, and that's all it is. It's a process requiring you to think things through. So my job is to be the one that's going to be hated today, to keep pushing you on an answer. Because guess what? You're not going to have the freedom you think you want for a while.
Right.
So your mindset needs to be, if I'm going to be an entrepreneur, am I going to give up? Because that's what people do. Because you won't have control of your schedule. I'm here on a Saturday. I'm a professional sleeper. Let me just be clear. Let me tell you my story. Okay? Professional sleeper.
So am I.
If I have my way, I won't get up before 9, okay? I am vice president of the Sleep Association. A friend of mine is a colleague. She's the president. We met randomly at a pre-med summer program at Cornell University. When I met her parents, her mother said to me, her name is Christine. She's a cardiologist out in Virginia right now. She was like, Christine, do you pick friends that only love to sleep? Because she was like, y'all slept all day. Now, we came home from the club, but nonetheless, professional sleeper. But, like my colleague here, Madam CEO, I want the legacy. I don't know what the legacy is going to look like. Am I willing to give up the sleep for the legacy? So the question becomes for you to think about moving forward, what does freedom really mean to you? Is it time, control of time? Because then I would have to ask you to be like, what's the issue with control? Because in business, you control very little. You only control you. The customer's not always right, but it's somebody you got to respond to regularly. But I know she's going to make it. I met her before. This is like her, second, third, fifth business? I don't know. So I know I could push you on that. But anybody else? I know this is a deep part. We're going to get into the content in a minute. Yes. Here, and then we'll come back over here.
Okay. So when I first started, 100% it was struggling survivor, financial need.
Yep.
But after doing the work and reaching a different platform, I'm 100% passionate creator.
Okay. What's the change?
I'm a hairstylist, so when I started, I was just doing it out of my house, but I went to school, I got my license, and then actually last month, I was a part of Dream Pitch, and I won second place, and so that's put me in a different plateau, a different space for my business. Now I'm able to get a website, do other things, and put in classes and stuff that I really want to do instead of just working because I need the money.
Okay. Just know you could be making a lot of money and still be struggling. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. So we got a passionate, all right. So we got legacy, passionate, freedom, and last one over here, and then we're gonna get into another discussion topic. Go ahead.
Do I have to stand up or something?
No,
okay.
Go ahead.
Well, at first, when I first came to the first meeting, I thought more so passionate, but I think I've now become creative, and I'm also realizing that from a creative standpoint, I've become complacent. I think I mentioned that to you before.
Yeah.
Because I have a government job, and the little fire has gone out of my belly, so to speak. So I'm from a creative standpoint, with the business concept I have, I want to be creative enough to give what a client might need, but I also, in my head, I'm struggling with the fact that I don't want to be the one behind the counter selling. So from the entrepreneurship standpoint, I'm stuck with, oh my God, I have to be there every day selling something, when my concept is to have other people do that for me, but then there's a whole process with that. So I'm kind of stuck.
Yeah. You don't want to be uncomfortable dealing in front of customers.
Yeah, but I would be good. I know I'd be great dealing on a daily basis with customers, however, or clients, but I do realize that clients really own our time. We're not free as people think that we are when we start a business. We're working for each and every one of those people.
Right.
And I don't know if from me being in government where I'm comfortable, if I'm ready to go back out and be at the beck and call of a customer or a client.
So here's the thing. You're already at beck and call of a customer or a client. It's called your job. Okay? So, because you're already your own business. You just sold your labor to an employer who has made some sort of guarantee that it will be 40 hours a week, every week, some sort of arrangement. So you got to focus on, am I really going to be an entrepreneur? You got to go back to that step. Right? Because you already, now what you got to give her credit for, she admitted the comfort of the job. We all have some comfort we have to give up. Remember, I'm vice president of the sleep club. So one of the things you got to think about tonight is what's the comfort? Admitting it is, we're halfway there. We're getting closer. Because I know you guys are eager. Just tell me how to write this business plan. Just tell me how to do the marketing. Just tell me that. I could do that all day. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. The mind is the most critical tool. Because I can teach you everything else. You're going to have my email and my phone number by the end of this. You can hit me up whenever. We can always chop it up. Oh, I got a strategy question. Oh, I got a product. But I cannot set your mindset. I can guide you, but the rest of it is on you. And if you spend the time dealing with that now, the next week, the next month, the next few months, dealing with that while you're working on building your knowledge base and skill set, you're going to come out much better on the other side. Because it gets difficult. Okay. I'm going to let that simmer. We'll come back to that towards the end of the day. But let's go back here. The entrepreneurial pathway. I just wanted to bring this up as a reminder to tell you where we are as a program. And then I want your thoughts of where you think you are. I think I know where most of you are, but I didn't want to assume. Because I haven't met everybody personally. So first stage is ideation, okay? You're researching the market attractiveness, assess business ideas before developing business plans for preparation for launch. How many of you are in the ideation phase? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. Anybody else? Okay. The next is startup, lasts about 3.5 years, focus on establishing the business and ensuring its survival, may hire employees, raise additional capital. So we got 2 startups, 3, 4, 5, okay? So startup, you have your business license, all the permits, you have your legal registration, you're actively trying to sell, engaging with clients. There we go. I knew it was going to come up. This is great, Madam CEOs. Thank you. This is the great question. Some of you that are in ideation might be testing the market. And that might legally require you to actually start a business. We have a colleague in here who's in that dilemma right now. I'm not going to shout her out unless she says she wants me to. But that is the tricky part, right? You have to have proof of concept. You've heard of that on Shark Tank? You got to try the stuff out, but you're still in the idea phase. But some of you, based upon the industry and the business type, you might have to submit your legal papers because you might need some access to stuff, right? Others of you, it might be completely very informal. I bake cookies. I'm going to test out some recipes with some friends and families, but I'm not going to sell them. I might give them away or whatever. Some of you might still be in ideation, but you're at the farmer's market. You rented a little commercial kitchen once or twice, got a little booth, you just want to see how it sells, or you just want to raise a little money because it was a side hustle, not really a business, you know, because the IRS lets you get, what, $600 before you have to start claiming stuff? So, kids going to college, you're going to pay for the books, whatever. This is the tricky part of understanding the pathway so you can firmly identify where you are. Because whatever phase you're in, you're going to have a different business plan. So I can't tell any of you what your business plan will look like because it's going to be based on where you are. Your goals as an ideation phase is going to be completely different from the goals at the start of startup. And then if you look at the next phase, sustain, focus on increasing revenue, reaching profitability. Develop growth strategies, further develop a company's sales, may continue to raise venture capital. So any mix of activities, increasing the development of the business systems, but you're more focused on how to get more money into the business to keep it going. Because you got to sustain it. And you're either doing that by raising capital, getting a loan, getting equity financing, or you're trying to just increase sales so you can get the cash flow. So you're past the idea. You know the idea works. You passed the initial phase of the legal registration. You got all your business insurance. Everything's been in, and it's been in place for a couple of years. Next phase, scale. People talk about scaling their business. Once a business attains annual revenues of at least $1 million, they can scale. That is the benchmark we're using. It doesn't matter what business type you're in. Okay? This is what sets this program apart from some of the other things we've done, or even I have done in my career. We never had a benchmark. Because a lot of entrepreneurship programs focus on the ideation and startup. I need to get you to scale. If you're going to build the legacy, have true sense of freedom in all its various terms and definition. You want to be truly a creative and have the options of what you do next. You got to get to scale. That's a different business plan, right? That's a different business plan if I now have a target revenue goal of at least $1 million versus if I'm in the startup phase and I need just to get revenue of like 100, 200 so I can break even or feel like I'm doing something. Okay? And then lastly is exit. We never talk about exit. Now, this might not be in your current business plan, but you need to start thinking about, am I going to sell the business once it gets to 10 million in revenue? Am I going to pass it on to family? Most family businesses fail by the third generation, just let you know. The numbers aren't great. So if you're going to do it, you got to do it. Okay? Y'all heard the joke, right? The first generation makes it, the second generation spends it, and then the third generation just kind of gives up. And I'm speaking from experience here. I'm third generation. Rest of my cousins could care less. But I'm like, the legacy. Jeez, we can't let our grandfather do. They look at me like, and I'm the youngest cousin. They look at me like, okay, sure. Because it's a struggle. You can have times of great comfort because you gained wealth. But each stage is a growth, not only in the business, but a deepening of your mindset of being an entrepreneur. Okay? All right. So most of us are in ideation, startup. Anybody in sustain that I meet to? Okay, we got one sustain. So you've been at it more than 3.5 years? 5? Well, how long? 5. Okay, good. And you're already profitable? Okay, perfect. So make sure you raise your hand when we get to the business plan because I want to make sure I've given you enough examples and I don't stay on the earlier stages, okay? So we're going to learn a lot from her. And then you guys going to give her some tips that she might say, well, I need to double back on that to make sure I didn't, that might be something I need to think about, okay? How are we feeling? All right. So let's get into wealth. And let me just apologize now. Another truth moment. It takes me forever to put these slides together. I send them off for editing. As soon as I get it back from the editor, I go change it. I don't know why. I'll have a brilliant idea 2 to 3 days before the presentation, be like, oh, I got to add this. Now, it ends up working out. What I add adds value, but I have a learning disability. So sometimes the words get a little mixed up, a little twisted around. And I say that because some of you may have your own challenges, and I'm just letting you know, just claim it. Because my learning disability is my superpower. The changes I make, you'll be glad at the end. You will never know what I changed, but the changes I make actually make the day, okay? So forgive me if you see any errors or stuff because I didn't get the chance to send it back out for editing, yes. Mr. Kwan, there's a question about the screen. Can this be tilted a bit so they could, yeah, a little bit. So let's talk about, this is not meant to be any kind of economics course. In your resources list in the Google Classroom, I provided links to free textbooks for all of the major topics regarding business. So if you want to read a little deeper into something because it's essential to your business, you don't have to pay anything. There are references for you to go a little deeper. But I want to make sure we understand the flow of money because I need you to identify where you are in this flow. All right, so there's different models for how money is illustrated as it flows through the economy. This one is the circular flow of income. And it just kind of, in one diagram, shows how money moves from major areas within the economy. So I'll just move to another screen because the picture's a little bigger here, okay? So here we have financial institutions in the middle in this particular diagram. On either side, we have households, we have firms, businesses, companies, organizations, right? Then we have the rest of the world. And then at the top of the diagram, we have government. Our economy in a snapshot. Okay, major players, and you're involved. The question becomes is how much you're involved in each of these circles in regards to building wealth. So let's start here. So households, what? They get money from who? Firms. You get payment after taxes that comes to you. You then go out and you consume. You buy goods and services, those that are made in country, those that have been imported into the country from the rest of the world. This is on the news a lot lately. In today's environment, you are buying products from all over the world, part of the inflationary process we have going on, okay? So the rest of the world either sends products to us and pulls our money out, or they send money to our country and buy products that are being exported from the United States. The firms are either buying from either of those sources, either in country or from the rest of the world. The firms pay taxes to the government along with paying you your salary, okay? Look at what the government is doing. The government makes purchases to businesses. The government borrows from financial institutions, and the government makes transfer payments. What are transfer payments?
Loans?
Nope, close. Nope, taxes, we got, nope. So all those government programs that certain politicians complain about, right? The government is paying out through those programs, so Medicare, Medicaid, all of that stuff. So that's how governments put money into the economy. But look at that government borrowing. Yes, your government is borrowing every day, okay? For the household, you're interacting with the financial institution because you're putting in your savings. When you put money in the bank turns around and lends that back out. And they pay you a little interest, okay? You have borrowing from abroad going through the financial sector, okay? This is what you hear on the news where, oh, China keeps doing this or doing that. The government sells bonds to whomever, okay? Get over it, move on, just understand it. Then you have financial institutions that make investments to firms. Firms take that money that they get from the financial institution, make more products, more services, pay you. And so it's continuous movement of money. Which run are you in right now? There's one obvious answer, and then there's a second answer I want you to say. Your household, so you're a consumer. You got a firms. So if you're in the firm category, you're a what? Producer. So who is more likely to build wealth? The firm. So this is why we're here. If you're participating in this flow in more than one spot, you are increasing your chances of building wealth. Because other than that, you're just a consumer. We need to get this. It's the number one problem in the African American community. We are great consumers. First, there were laws just preventing us to make our own and do how we wanted to do it. And so I'm not negating the past. But this is where our mindset has to shift. If we're going to build wealth, you have to be a producer. Yes, you're still going to consume, but if what you're consuming, you're taking that as part of raw materials to making an end product for others, then you're collecting that money, okay? And then if you expand where your customer is not just the households, but also government and potential financial, you expand who's buying from you. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, so in that circle, we can have disruptions. This is what throws us off base. Some of us have never really recovered from the last recession, right? So we have recessions. We have periods of economic contraction lasting months to years characterized by unemployment, falling incomes, tight credit. So what happens in a recession? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Kwan? Mike?
The price of goods go up, and the consumer can't afford them the same way that they used to because the price of goods will tend to increase, and the means to purchase the goods usually decreases.
Okay, that's part of it. Over here.
There are less funds in circulation that can be borrowed and spent because everyone tightens their belts.
Okay.
And so they don't put money out there to put back into the economy to recirculate.
Right. So you're both right. You're onto something, all right? But be clear, is because the entire economy, the summary of the entire economy, there's decreased production. GDP declines for more than 2 quarters, you're in a recession. See, this is why when you watch the news, you've got to know the terms behind it. You could be in a slow economy, doesn't mean you're in a recession.
Yes, sir, you're cool. I will get into it.
Now, they're warning a potential recession early 2024. Why are they saying that?
My business and personally, I've been all over the place, but I didn't want to not show
Okay, let's go.
That's different, but that's good one. Good. And she said the shutdown.
But I should be done. I know that this is supposed to be over by 3.
It's not enough circulation happening. Close. Yeah, y'all have elements of it. Yes, ma'am.
Here before you guys wrap up.
Okay.
So I'm okay.
Changing the dollar value. There's a little element of that. Okay, so we know we had raging inflation. The cost of goods went exorbitantly high, kicked off by the supply chain issues, result of the pandemic, et cetera, right? So the Federal Reserve says we're going to increase interest rates. Remember, the firms get money from the financial institutions? If I increase interest rates, I make the money they get from the financial institutions more expensive because the interest rates went up. So the feds have, over the last, year and a half, maybe more, have steadily increased the interest rates. So your credit card fees went up. If you go buy a car, if you want to go for a business loan, it's a different day than it was 2 years ago. They increased it to try to slow down the economy to get what's called a soft landing. So we're not in a recession, but we're trying to slow it down so that we can get prices to fall. Because we want the decreased production, decreased demand, prices of goods and services decrease. But the risk of that is that you may end up going in a recession in your attempts to slow things down. Not to put you in an alarmist, but this is why if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to watch the news differently. Because you might have to time your borrowing for the business differently. So we got about 2 more quarters. Be mindful that the feds and the banks, they see the year in quarters, right? The stock market news reports day by day, week by week, month by month. That's not how wealth thinks, okay? So there's a risk of a recession, maybe short term, early 2024. You now know that's a slowing of money that might hit you. So in your business plan, you got to put that as a potential threat. Unlikely it's going to happen. People have been surprised. The Fed actually did what they were supposed to do. The economy is slowing down. We might avoid a recession, but it'd be unwise of me to not point that out to you if you're currently in business, and some of you will come out of the Christmas season, and based upon your business side, you might have been profitable for that calendar year, and you might be walking into a slow period at the beginning of 2024. Now, if you're not an entrepreneur, you might say, I can't do this. It's just too much. If you're an entrepreneur, you're getting a game plan ready just in case. Because that also might mean an opportunity for you. We don't know, okay? So then we got some other periods of disruptions in that flow, financial crisis. So the bank that failed earlier this year, what is it called? Silicon Valley Bank. Anybody heard of them before they failed? This is another thing you got to bring up. Wealth thinks about the country, not just your city. But because we're in D.C., government town, there are other things that are red flags to us. Now, if they had said PNC shutting down, or Bank of America, we'd all be like, what? Or industrial, I'd be like, wait a minute, I got an old account there, what's going on? But because it was a bank affiliated with the large tech industry, it had implications. It had a lot of money on the street. So remember that circle? The firms get investments from the bank. A lot of tech companies need a large infusion of cash before they get to profitability. And that was one of those banks that was giving out the cash. So you got to be mindful where you put your money. Right? Pandemics. You can now say you did it. It's now on the radar. You know what to do now. Because it's going to be another one. That might take another 100 years. It may. But it's going to be another one, right? And guess what? human beings. This is the physician side of me. I was so pissed I was like, Jesus Christ, we can't be this dumb as humans, but we are. And we top of the food chain, but we're not bright sometimes, right? We acted the same way they did in 1918. With all our technology and advances, we acted the same way. The rates went up. Everybody was like, okay, we got to, wear the mask, do the quarantine. And then the rates went down. We was like, oh, let's go outside and party. Rates went right back up. That's what they did in 1918. They didn't even know what the virus looked like back then. Now we do, and we acted the same way. So just be mindful of our human behavior in response to emergency situations. But you now have to put that as a potential threat in your business plan, okay? Some other comments here in terms of how money slows down. There's responses from the government. So here you have the interest rates like we talked about. So the Federal Reserve, they're outside of the government because you want them to act differently from the legislative and executive branches, right? You want them to act in regarding the money differently. So they manipulate the interest rates. We have quantitative easing. So we buy and sell bonds as a way of raising money if we need to borrow as a government or a country. And then we also buy them back when we want to put money back into an economy, okay? And then we have physical stimulus. Now, we all know that one, right? Because we're in D.C. See how our familiarity with a topic changes based upon your location? But if you are wealthy, you know about that soft bank out there and that other bank or whatever, and you know about the stimulus. You understand it. There's going to be opportunities for other stimulus package because you got to keep the economy afloat. I don't think people really realize how big this country is. And I'm speaking from someone who's a foreigner. I don't think you get it. 300 to 400 million people are in the United States. It's big in population, it's big in mass. Not as big as the continent, because the maps are deceiving, but it's substantial. It's the most significant in economy in the world right now, right? So that means that's opportunity for you. Imagine if you had a product you could sell to 400 million people. That's how I think. I'm going to get all 400. I don't care. I'm going to get all 400. Yes, ma'am. Mike behind you.
No, I just wanted to add, since you did mention about being a foreigner or being an immigrant here to this country, that the United States, even with all of its businesses, we sustain other countries because someone like you or someone else is sending money back to other countries and helping to sustain families there. So we are the fundamental elements of many economies around the world, and we don't realize it.
Right. And that's opportunity. Unfortunately, I'm from one country that doesn't send money back, but that's a whole nother story. But I'm working on that, though. But that means there's opportunity for people not only in this country to buy your product, but elsewhere to buy your product. And your stature an image in the world is changing as black women. All the social injustice, unrest has put a spotlight on black culture. So you have something unique to sell if you're going to be Afrocentric about it. I am not.
Okay.
I know I'm a walking contradictory, but I am not Afrocentric. Just like, see, you didn't know as a customer, right? See? You know when people get to try to sell me something, I'll be like, bruh, it's really not. Because I'm from the Caribbean. Being black it is. It's nothing, it's a different struggle, right? But you have the opportunity to present unique styles and content, product variation, services that no one has ever seen because of the background you have. Massive opportunity. Hip hop is the #1 musical genre in the world. Born in our lifetime. That's the funny thing. Me and hip hop, same age. I couldn't say that about jazz. R&B, blues, right? Like I knew that came from culture, but I couldn't say it. Reggae, ska predates reggae, calypso, soca, merengue, what all, all the variations of the African musical genres. Hip hop, number one, born in our lifetime. So it is a demonstration that if you produce something unique and it speaks to people of the opportunity you have. Does that make sense? Okay. Let me skip a little forward here. So, net worth. Net worth is how you define wealth. Okay? Assets minus liabilities equals net worth. Net worth is wealth. So when they say someone is wealthy, or you write down, I'm going to be wealthy, what you are saying is that the assets you own are of greater value than the liabilities or what you owe. It doesn't mean you won't owe. I need this to be clear. So I have a list of the wealthiest people in the United States. You can take a closer look at it when you get a chance. But number one right now is Elon Musk at $180 billion at the time that this article was produced. Does that mean he has $180 billion to his disposal? Exactly. That means all of his assets minus liabilities equals $180 billion. So please, when you go looking at these magazines and you're trying to set the goal, set the dream, use the accurate definition so we can be crystal clear of where we want this to go. So if you're about legacy and handing down, how much do you want to hand down? Because then you have to think about what are the assets I own, and if they had to flip those assets, pay off my bills, what is left? Start with $1,000, because that's what it'll be. And it's okay. Your wealth will go up and down, because as you purchase and acquire or start something that is of an asset, it may have to appreciate at first. And so it's not going to be something that might be immediate. So I have a little calculation here, a little example. It's pretty straightforward. You write out everything you have of value, and you write out all your debts. And you come up with your net worth. So you know one of your homework assignments will be, I need you to calculate your net worth before the next session on Tuesday. Why? Because we need to know where we're entering into. What is our financial status when we enter into the new business, or when we enter into the new phase of the entrepreneurial pathway? We need to know your net worth so we can set the appropriate goal and target. So if you say in 20 years, I want to be worth $10 million, what do I need to do for the next year? What's the incremental steps? But if you never do it, you won't know. Now, I could start you off and be like, go pull your credit report. And yeah, you can do all that. But we're going to start with net worth, because that's where we want to end up. Okay? So your assignment, there will be a spreadsheet, I think in your Google Classroom. I'm going to post, because I found one that was interesting from this company called Vertex 42. Because finding one that's usable is hard. So you need to put all your financial records together. This is where the uncomfortableness comes into play. You need to log into all your accounts, find out what's the status, -5, whatever, I don't care, right? Get everything of worth. The car, go to kellybluebook.com, get us a value, and then go through all your bills, see what you owe on everything, and I want you to come up with your figure. Now, you don't have to reveal the figure to us on Tuesday when we have our webinar, but I need to see where we are. I'm in the negative. Because I invested in myself. I took out a student loan. I bought a house during the recession. I just now started building equity. I was at the low end, you know, when that market dip, and then the realtor was like, the real estate, the interest rates are going up, we don't know. I could have bailed, right? But it was a goal I wanted. I wanted to buy my first house by myself. No mama, no husband, me. I wanted to do, that was my goal. I was like, 0 down payment. Whatever the first time home buyer program was, I was like, I'm in, but I'm doing it. I saw like 20-something houses that summer. It was just before the crash. It was stressful. But when I went to my MBA program, and it was one class, and the professor was like, oh, how many of you have all bought a home? I was like, yeah, buddy, that's me. Different feeling, right? So it was a sense of accomplishment for me. So I'm underwater. But the loans I have, student loan is the one loan it's seen as a plus, depending on who you talk to, okay? Because it's an investment in you. The other loans we're going to talk about, they might be on frivolous things, okay? But you'll get out of it, so homework, right? We're good? All right. Wealthy versus rich. A couple of highlights I want to bring to your attention. Wealthy, accumulation of assets. But there's a phrase down here that I underline that I want you to keep in mind. It's not that you're just going to acquire things of value, but it's the combination of the valuable assets in which you want to generate income even without active work. So some assets you're going to acquire, they're going to appreciate, right? They don't give you money real back unless it's time to sell them. Other assets you acquire, they're going to generate income for you. So you need to have a portfolio of the right mix. I can't tell you what that is, but it's whatever is a mix for you and your goal. Okay? Because wealthy is about sustaining a comfortable lifestyle over an extended period of time. Notice it just says comfortable. There will be another recession. The United States averages about 1 every 10 years. I wrote that on somebody's business plan when I did the SWOT analysis on a nonprofit for the past 3 to 4 years before the pandemic hit. I wrote it every year. And they're like, oh, BP, blah, blah, blah. And then the pandemic hit. I didn't know the source of the economic downturn, even though we didn't formally go into recession. But I was like, there's a graph from the Federal Reserve showing each recession. You look at it, it's like, every 10 years, give or take, right? So you're trying to have a level of comfort, meaning your basic bills are paid. You don't lose the primary house. See, you never play with the primary house. That is the one thing I learned from my financial advisor. If you bought a home, you're not in the wealth game yet. Because you don't play with the primary home. Because when the downturn hurt, yeah, you might have to sell the Lambo. It's okay. Right? But the Lexus you push in the Mercedes, it's 5, 6 years old. That's right, that's still in the garage. Ain't going nowhere. You might have to sell a Ferrari. You might have to let go of the yacht. The condo in the Bahamas, you might have to let that go, right? But the kids' college fund, it's good. Life and policies, insurance policies, all paid up. So you have to be mindful what comfort means for wealthy. Most wealthy people keep their cars for a long time. One of my favorite speakers, I can never pronounce his name, is South African, but I put links to his motivational videos. They're in the Google Classroom platform. He was like the queen, this before she died, I rest her soul. He was like, she doesn't have the latest Land Rover. is 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. He was like, what does the queen know that the rest of us is not following? You don't go get the latest car. You don't. As soon as you drive it off the lot, it depreciates. Now, if you're ready to take that hit, that's fine, but you don't keep getting stuff that's going to depreciate. That's not wealth. Okay? Now, rich, some of y'all aiming for, but y'all didn't want to tell me. That's okay. That's all right. So rich usually means there's a high income or immediate access to substantial amount of money. So there's a tendency, particularly those who go through the professional careers, to gain riches. A few years ago, the average physician made $250,000 a year. Average. We're not talking about the surgeon and I trained under a neurosurgeon for a rotation. He easily could have made $300,000, $400,000. And this is in the 90s. So there's a tendency for us to go towards those career paths that are going to give us high income. Just because you get a high income doesn't mean you're going to end up wealthy. So you can build wealth no matter the income. Is what you do with it afterwards. Does that make sense? So we're going to give up the riches to get to wealth, right? Are we in agreement or not? Okay. All right. So, here are the components of building wealth. You've heard most of them before. It's how you put it together for your portfolio. And I just use one word to label how this is going to work. First, you got to have goal setting, but it's goal setting in all of these areas. There's budgeting, saving, income, debt, investing, protection, and spending. So I'm going to go over these and then we'll break for lunch and come back for the afternoon session. Does that sound good? Okay, because this wraps it up. So what do we mean by budgeting? Knowing how much you're going to spend and what you're going to save. Yes. Number one rule of building wealth: living below your means. Number one rule. Warren Buffett has said it. Other financial leaders and speakers and motivational, I've searched, make sure I was not missing anything. It's the number one rule. No matter what is coming in, you got to live below it. Because a lot of people we know make a little change, that $250K, guess what? If they're living above that means, they're not even rich. Broker than broke. Okay? So, know what you're going to spend on and make it worthy. Because what you don't spend, you want to save. And whatever you save, and there's a little formula for, how much you spend on your needs, your wants, and your saving. I got it from Capital One. It's about 20%. You could use that or use some other variation. I don't really care. It's just that the habit of saving you have to do. As a business owner, entrepreneur, you cannot be willing to spend willy-nilly. You will not make it. There's never going to be enough money. I was advising a nonprofit earlier this week, and they were initially funded with some money, right? Money that ran out. But they had developed these spending habits. And they was like, oh, we'll pay someone to do that. It was $200, $300 for this form, that form. I said, look, that stuff adds up. Do not get in the habit of spending for something you can do. Now, here's the flip side of that coin for wealth. The other asset that you have is time. So if you're going to spend for someone else to do something for you, be sure it's because you're dedicating your time that is going to generate more than you spent. I no longer go to the grocery store. I'm Instacarting it. My younger self would be like, oh, that's a lot of money. You know, pandemic, I got a lot of. Again, I'm a sleeper, and I'm introverted. And so when they was like, the government was like, you must stay home, I was like, yeah, buddy, this is right up my alley, right? Because we always think of the outgoing person. We don't think of other personality types. But nonetheless, I had to order, right?
Oh, you are?
Now, I still order because the time I submit that order, I'm working. My billable rate is covering the order and the tip, because I tip well, because I don't want to hear nothing later, right? If you do a good job, I'm going to tip you. And I make a profit for the hour and a half that it would have taken me to go to the grocery store. But you don't order and then just sit around on the couch. So be mindful of the spending, and then the savings, know where you're going to put it. Your business should have a business checking account and a business savings account. So as you're generating profits left over, sweep those away into another vehicle. Because other than that, you see it in your checking account, you think you can spend it. No. Okay? Income. For those of you who are still working, you must think about, how do I increase my income even while I'm starting the business? Or if you're in the ideation phase and you haven't met that, you haven't made that leap yet, you're an entrepreneur. You have to think, yeah, this job is comfortable. I'm making X dollars, but can I make 20% more? That means yes, dust off the resume. Do all those things. Can I do something else to generate that could be put into the startup capital for the business? So you think about, how do you continuously increase your income? Debt. Like I said, not all bad debt is bad debt. So you want to have debt management. A lot of what you read will say avoid debt. What they're saying is avoid credit cards, auto loans, debt that is associated with things that don't have appreciable assets. So it's debt management. You're going to go into debt when it has a purpose. So when you go for the business loan and you lay out very detailed plan and with your business plan, what are the use of funds? That's what they want to know. You're going to say where every dollar is going to go, but then you also document what is the tenfold, twofold, fivefold dollars that are going to come in because you're investing that into the business. That's the part people leave out. Oh, I need $20,000. Okay, and what is that going to do? If you're going to borrow $20,000 and the revenue for the business stays the same, you have failed. It's not even worth it. You should be able to say, what is going to be the net increase in revenue? Because number one, the bank want to know how you're going to pay me back. Because you got to pay them back and still generate profits. Okay? So it's debt management. Next is investing. Whether it's a basic money market account, actual stocks and bonds, or 401k, 403b, IRA, whatever those vehicles are, you need to start putting money away in those vehicles. Why? Because they're going to generate a greater return over time than a simple savings account. So your savings account is what? 4 or 5% interest, whatever. If that, yeah. But once it starts entering the stock market, you have more chance of greater returns. And that investment can also be part of a life insurance policy. So there are policies you can get in which portions, but whole life portions that are actually invested to guarantee you a return in addition to what the death benefit would be. See, this is stuff you hear on Instagram where people be like, do this, do this, do that. It's what is the combination you're doing. But you have to ask yourself, are you willing to take that risk? If you are risk averse, then investing in these vehicles may not be for you. Because if they're going to cause you more anxiety, it may not be worth it. But if it's not the financial market, can you acquire other assets that are going to appreciate? So it could also mean buying real estate. Whether it's undeveloped land, which is a little risky, that over time, real estate used to give about an 8% return per year. So your house, then that's why everybody said buy a house. It's a little trickier now, but still, it's, you know, you want to say you want to buy an apartment building or you buy another condo and rent it out. Appreciable asset that will generate an income. But be mindful, there are going to be expenses associated with the appreciable asset. So don't think the income you get in is all yours. Okay? Next is protection. Everyone should have a life insurance policy. Everybody should have a will. Here's what happens if you don't have a will. You leave it up to the government of how your assets will be divided. And that could take months. Some of you have probably heard about having a trust. How many of you have heard about it? Possible. It's not all that it's cracked up to you, but it has definitely has benefits. So if you put your assets in the trust, make sure you are named in the initial trustee so you have control over the asset while you're still alive. The benefit of it, number one, you avoid probate. Something happens to you, you have outlined what is supposed to happen to assets, but you still need to have a will. So, life insurance, will, maybe a trust. If you're not good with paperwork, don't do a trust. If you're not good with paperwork, don't do a trust. I'm being real. If you're struggling with the LLC papers, take your time. Just have a really good will. Okay? Because it's another thing to manage, even though it's providing you a benefit. And then lastly, spending. We talked about that. We're going to spend wisely. Spend wisely. It's going to be on things we absolutely need, whether it's household or for the business. We will be very critical on what our wants are. If you are in the startup phase or trying to grow your business, your wants should be very little. Yeah, you got it. I'm trying not to move because then it'll sting me, right? But in the environment, I'm not trying to kill it. But let me go back to that statement, right? Your wants should be very little. No bags. No. No. No coach. No. 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 No more shoes. No. Now if you're starting a business, you're not serious. You're not serious. We saved you $500 a day with the headshots. Now, you have a series of networking events lined up. You went through all your suits, you got them dry cleaned, whatever, and now you might need a new pair of shoes to go with the suits. So your presentation, okay, got it. But I don't see, no major purchases on nothing. Nothing. Why? Why? This gonna be hard because you're gonna get that payment from the customer. Let's say you sell on Shopify or something, and you know it comes in, and it's a couple days before you get access to the money, and then they put it in your account. Guess what? It ain't yours. It's not yours until the refund policy expires. Let me hit you with game. Yes. Yes. This is how you have to think. You can't spend that. So you definitely can't spend it on some that's not a need. So you have zero wants until you get your business at a stage that you have determined that you could buy that. Oh, but I need this vacation. I deserve it. I've been working so hard. No. No. And you need to have a board meeting with your family and friends, because it's no to them too. Friends be like, you want to go out? I'd be like, okay, and so what are we discussing at this meeting? Because I need to know, do I write this off? Right? And then if I can't justify writing off, and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, I got paid the last 3 invoices. I have money left, but what could I do with that $50?
And then say retail space.
I don't drive nowhere. I don't need to go. I ain't cheap, but I'd be like, no. Why? I pay the highest amount for my cable because I get the internet bundle, right? But I want the fastest speed. My business lives and dies by the internet. My bill is $250 a month. I'm paying that every month. So that means if I don't get to go out for dinner, that's fine by me. Because I have to watch Squawk Box in the morning. Did y'all hear about the AI summit that they had in DC recently? AI is going to change your life. I needed to know that was happening. I would not have known if I did not have cable. I watched Shark Tank. There was another show.
No, I'm sorry. You don't watch Shark Tank, do you?
Yeah, I watch Shark Tank. I'm a business professor. I watch Shark Tank. There was another show called The Prophet. Google it. Excellent. I used it in my teaching. So I write off the access to those shows because I can demonstrate. I put it in my courses.
I'm gonna put both of my business right here.
I will forego a dinner to buy a business book that is on the recommended list of the top most wealthiest or top business people. I'm not even a reader. That's another thing. So I sleep a lot. I have a learning disability, and I don't read well.
Your products?
But I got a Barnes & Noble membership because I'm buying that book. I might not read the whole thing.
Food for the soul.
I'm looking at the pictures.
But I also have JMR Solution. That's a financial.
But I would never be able to design this program if I didn't have the stack of books that are in my living room right now. And each one was a dinner.
Kitchen space,
I need you to hear me loud and clear.
office space.
Thank you.
So do that there and then here.
Mr. Kwan, can you check that mic if there's a buzz? So are we good? It's going to take a minute to marinate. I have a lot of other supporting information to help you with this. My recommendation is 1, you will learn your current financial status in detail, starting with your personal balance sheet, right? Because that's going to get us the net worth. Number 2, and it's a summary slide with this. Here is the consulting team that you need to assemble. You need a financial planner. You need a tax planner. You need a lawyer, accountant, or bookkeeper to be on your team. Now, you don't go buy them all at once, but the shoes that you're going to give up, the purses you're going to give up for the next 4 or 5 months, we're putting forth to pay for those expertise. Because you got to get the life insurance policy. You need to understand about the wills and the trust. You need to get a game plan for the investment vehicles. So you don't meet with them to buy right off the break. No. You meet with them to get the information that you lay out to graph what is going to be your plan. Because then we figure out what role is the business going to play in that plan. Many of you are charging customers and are not even paying yourself. You're not even in the budget for the business, but that you expect the business to support you. Your salary needs to be in the budget at the start of the business. Now, you might never get to pay it for like a few years, but how do you know what level you're supposed to grow to cover all your expenses if you never put you in the budget? But how do you know what you need to get paid if you don't know your financial status? So we're right about noon. We're going to take a 40-minute break. I'm going to let that marinate. Don't worry, we have supporting information for you, but you need to make a decision. Are you going to be an entrepreneur? Why? And are you going to be wealthy? You got to keep asking yourself. Now, if you tell me I just want to be rich, I'm going to rock with you. I'm going to rock wherever you want to go. But please understand the train I am on. I'm going to help you, but just let me know the train I am on. Are you going to be an entrepreneur? Or do you want to be wealthy? Because in the planning we're going to talk about, that's what will get you there, okay? So I have made arrangements to buy up all the pound cake for you guys. So y'all break for lunch. I'm gonna go in there and see if he got the cake, cause she was making it, and he was gonna call. And so we got cake, and the cake is for you guys, okay? All right, let this marinate. I know y'all thought y'all was coming in for, something else, but this is what it is. Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, one announcement. For those of you who haven't taken your photos, I want you to go over here, and then we want to get two types of group photos. One of you that are retail businesses, and the other that are kind of professional services. Want to get a group shot with you, and so we'll do that right before we start. But those of you who haven't taken your individual shots, if you could go around here. And then also the retail people, we want you to stop by the BlackBone store.
All right, everybody, did you enjoy lunch? Yes, no, kinda, think so, not sure. You didn't get to eat? Such is life, such is life. All right, so we covered wealth. We didn't get the chance to go into health, which is another flip side of the coin. So I'll touch on that on some of our webinars, but you'll get the slides anyway. But I want to move into planning because I definitely wanted to get us through the value proposition exercise today, because that'll be the big goal, because that's something you really got to work on. Because we started with the business model canvas. Now we're going a little deeper into determining the value proposition, because that's going to be part of the core element of determining your strategy. And determining your strategy will be what you will need to figure out what's going to be the business plan to achieve that strategy. Okay, that makes sense? How y'all feeling? Y'all good? All right, so here's where it gets hard. Madam CEO asked me earlier, we're going to do any group exercises because sitting still and all of that is kind of hard. And I said to her, I 100% agree with you. It is difficult, but guess what? Part of the process. It's going to be difficult. So here it's a bit intentional that we're going to do a very heavy topic in the afternoon after lunch. So this is where you got to dig deep and be like, okay, how do I stay awake? What do I need to do? If you need to get up and walk around and stretch or something, do it. Because if this is hard, it's going to be real hard for you to build a business. Does that make sense? So this is learning. And if you're having a problem, raise your hand and be like, I don't know, I can't make it. And let the rest of the Madam CEOs help you out. If we got to take a pause and be like, let's figure this out, that's what you're going to do. Because remember in one of the webinars, we said, particularly, I think it was the mentorship or the networking, entrepreneurship is very lonely. There are going to be times you're going to be at your desk, you're not selling product, you're not talking to customer, you're not doing all the fun stuff in your business. And you're going to be looking at finances, making decisions, and you're going to be sitting there, you got to sit there for hours, and you got to make it happen. So we got to practice even the uncomfortableness of sitting down late in the afternoon on a Saturday, okay? So we're going to push through. Okay. Any burning questions before we get started? Any thoughts, feedback, something you would like to share? No? Okay. All right. So let's get into planning. I will warn you, I approach planning differently from most consultants. Okay? Most consultants or programs want to help you write a business plan. I want to help you to build a planning process that results in a plan, but also the results in a system where you are constantly planning. The document is just one phase. People write a document and then they put it on a shelf. A business plan is a living, dynamic document. It is never finished. It's just finished enough if you need to submit it to the bank or if you're working on it for a certain period of time, but it's something you're always working on. We got to get that through your head, okay? Some of you work for organizations and you mad at the way the boss is because the business plan is on the shelf. They had some board meetings, made some decisions. They tell you, well, this is what we got to do. And then they never look back at the document on how we manage the process. So, business planning. First of all, how many of you use any AI software, which is going to be the game changer? It's like the internet. Okay. I did last week. I said, okay, let me ask the AI software what they feel about business planning, right? And I was like, it's probably going to be wrong, and I got to change it. And I did a query, several prompts, and this is the slide that came out, okay? said, I asked, what's a business plan and what's the importance to the entrepreneur? And it was spot on to how I feel about it. Okay, so first of all, definition. Business plan, written document that describes in detail how a new business or existing business, I'm going to add that, is going to achieve its goals and objectives. Two things you need to take from that. You got to have details, and you have to have specific goals. Because the goals are reflected of what the business is supposed to achieve for the timeline that that business plan represents. Okay? The other part, the importance, is supposed to help entrepreneurs think through business model, marketing, financial projections, overall viability. This is a thinking process. This is not a homework assignment that you do the night before to turn into the teacher. Everybody that I have worked with, that's how they approach it. I say, we're meeting every week, let's discuss the business planning, and they do the assignments the night before. You're missing the whole point if that's how you're approaching it. It's what you're thinking while you're doing the work. Remember the last time we did the business plan canvas, y'all brow was all wrinkled up? That's how you got to be. Every day. Because you got to think through the issues that the business plan is supposed to address. The planning, it's a process, forces entrepreneurs to thoroughly evaluate. The focus are the goals, and the plan serves as a benchmark to which to measure. Preparing the document is one phase. The other phase of business planning is you have to execute. So whatever goals you write, there are supposed to be a list of strategic actions that you're supposed to accomplish as the business owner, as the business. And you need to be able to measure that you're accomplishing those goals. So it's work. This is the behind the scenes of working on the business that people overlook. Y'all like to work in the business, selling the product, making the product. Oh, this is cute. Oh, the customer's gonna love this. You spend the money on the fancy packaging. The behind the scenes work is where you need to put your focus. Okay? So I have given you a handout of a business plan content outline. It's the 8x14 sheet, looks like this, looks like a progress. This is my overview template of a business plan. Okay? So you got this sheet. You will not find this anywhere else. I have been working, and I made sure to put this you see the copyright date? 2019 to 2023, there probably should be 2014 to 2023. I have been working on this for years. Most business plan templates, you'll have a table of contents. It's very linear in the layout. So most entrepreneurs get the impression that you start at the top and simply work your way down in preparing the plan. That's not how it works. The plan is more horizontal in your preparation, meaning you need to have alignment between the executive summary and the appendix. Now, what's the content in the middle? You're going to have a section on the business, right? Notice the subheading: who, what, when, where, how, why, and how much. Those are the elements you write about in each of those sections. So under the business, you got to have a purpose, vision, mission, your legal structure, your history, description of the business to date, and the most important part, the reason for the business plan. Remember the entrepreneurial pathway? And I said if you're at the ideation phase, your business plan is going to look a little different than at the sustain. That's what I'm talking about. What's the reason for the plan? So, if your current status of your business is that you're in ideation and you're in pre-launch, and you need to determine how do you get to launch and generate the first X dollars in revenue, that's the reason for this plan. So you need to be very clear, what is this plan going to represent? What body of work does it represent? And you need to have a time frame for the document. Is this a 2-year plan, 5-year plan, 1-year plan? I do not advise a 5-year plan. I no longer do them anymore because the external environment is too dynamic. It's outdated before you even get started. But you got to have a time frame because the goals got to be accomplished in that time frame. Next section, the opportunity. Remember our definition of entrepreneur? What did we say an entrepreneur was? It's a mindset, yes. Pursuit of opportunity, regardless, whether or not you have the resources. So, the significant portion of the business plan needs to be about the opportunity. You have to describe it in detail, meaning, what is the statement of problem or need? Remember I said all businesses solve a customer problem. What is the problem your business is solving? Off the break, that starts off the opportunity. Then you have to say, what's the solution? That's your products and services. What's the proof of concept or validation? How do you know your product and services actually solve the customer problem? Some of you, if you've been in business for a while and you're an existing business and you've existed more than 5 years, you can say your proof of concept is for the last 5 years, we've had X growth in sales, X growth in number of customers. Here's the results of our customer feedback survey, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's proof. If you're starting out, then the business plan is probably about establishing the proof. Because you're going from ideation to proof of concept. Does that make sense? You have to validate the idea. Next is the market customer analysis. Remember I said the second part of the opportunity is that you have a market. Is it growing? Is there an increase in the number of people that have this problem that are willing to pay for a solution? Or is it a changing market? Or is it multiple customer groups? You have to know. You got to know the industry analysis. Is your industry changing? Is the demographics, the customer dynamics, are all of those things changing? So you remember the networking and finding your next code, and that's why. So if you're not a member of your industry association, you need to be connected to their newsletter, get their research. Because the industry is an external force. And if you are producing a solution that your industry is moving away from, how long do you think you're going to be in business? And as a small business owner, one thing that will drive me up the wall, if you don't stay on top of the basic requirements, I don't want to swat it because it'll sting me for sure. The basic requirements for how to operate a business right now. If you don't take credit card payments, I got to go. I can't. And I already told you about the Gmail. And this is me, because this is why I know I'm not your target audience. I'm telling you I'm not your target audience. If you got Gmail, when email costs $20 a month, then that makes me wonder, why can't you afford $20 a month? And you wearing Air Jordans? See, it don't make sense to me. I'm a difficult customer. I'm loyal. Once I buy from you and I like it, 20 years, easy. 20 years of my money, you got it. But you have to stay on track of the trends. And what becomes permanent, now we're coming out of the pandemic, the acute phase of the pandemic. It's now an endemic. The question you have to deal with right now is what are the customer behaviors that are going to remain as a result of the pandemic, and what will be those that people will revert back to? That is your biggest challenge regarding industry and customers. Here's the thing, the government is trying to work with you, right? Because government offices have not returned to in-office work. They are slowly changing that. Private industry is now saying you got to come back to the office at least a few days. So there will be some return to pre-pandemic, but how much, we don't know. But you have to know. Then you have to do a competition and location analysis. Don't worry, I got a sample worksheet in the packet, okay, in the presentation. You have to analyze your location, not only for the geographical region, but it's your immediate location. So you're going to think about what is the advantage of my business being located in DC, in the DMV area, and in the Mid-Atlantic region. That's how you have to think about it. If you are a fashion brand, and you say you're located in DC, is that advantageous to be located in DC, or will that work against you? What's your best guess? I got one advantageous. Who else? Disadvantage. Who else? Somebody got another disadvantage. Another disadvantage. Why? We're not known for being a fashion house per se, even though we have distinct style in this region. So you already know when you're projecting to the customer that are not local, you got to overturn that perception that they might have. But if you are not aware of the advantage of the location, then you don't know what you got to work against or work with. Now, if you are a business that does government consulting, would DC be an advantage or disadvantage? Government's right here. It's in your backyard. If you're a tech company, I got one advantage. Who else? Disadvantage. Okay, somebody said they're in Virginia. Yes. Advantage. Y'all probably all right, because this is not known for being a tech area, except because of the government presence. Fairfax County, Loudoun County is known as the Silicon Valley of the East. So you might have an advantage as emerging, particularly if your tech is not consumer-based, but more corporate or government-based. Right? So you gotta know what location means for you. Now down to the street level, the location analysis worksheet that I have included, you have to figure out, is the street you're located on give you an advantage? What's the crime rate? How far are the emergency response? How close are you to competitors? How easy is it for your customers to get to you? How easy or not is it for your vendors and suppliers to get to you? There was a time people didn't come to Southeast. I used to tell my students, when you're putting your resume together, just put your address as Washington, D.C., that's it. They ain't got to know all the rest. Put your email on there, you know, I was like, use a university email address, put your name, we're going to have everything else right, but what happens when they put Southeast? I don't know, but I'm protecting my student. Because I was like, all I knew, I just need you to get to the interview. When you get to the interview, you show out, you quote the right things, you're going to be on point. But we need to get to the interview. So there was a time the actual address in D.C. was either a problem or a benefit. If you were a law firm, you needed to have a K Street address back in the day. K Street Northwest. That's changing, but you have to do the research regarding location. So you got to go on the police department's website. You got to go to your council member's website. You got to go to the Office of Planning website. You got to get the information about the region you're in, the neighborhood you're in, okay? Strategy, competitive advantage, and value proposition, which is going to be the focus of today. You have to state what is your business strategy, and we're going to get into what is strategy in a second, okay? Next, after you identify the opportunity, then you identify what are the systems that are going to support capturing the opportunity. For each of you, these systems are going to look different because you have a different type of business and a different stage of business development. And so once I read the opportunity and systems, here's the part that most business plan templates do not include. You need to have the action plan. That's where you identify the goals and all of these strategic actions that you need to accomplish to achieve a certain end outcome at the end of that business plan timeline. And then the appendix just has all your supporting information. This is what your business plan will look like. You do not start at the beginning. The executive summary is always written last. Depending on the type of business, you're going to start in the middle. For some of you, if you're new, you're going to start at the opportunity. If you're an existing business, I probably will skip forward and go to your financial systems, because I'm going to start with your financial records and then backtrack to see, okay, what was the opportunity you identified to get these financial records, because you're already in business. So 9 out of 10 times, most of you, I will start with the opportunity, but existing, you might have a slightly different starting place. That's the difference between this template and others. You do not start at the top and work your way down. Okay? Any thoughts, questions? All right. Yes.
Check. Hi, I'm Kristen. I was wondering, what if you are in business and there's something that's not working about your business, and you've sort of been doing some of these things that you explained, but you're not being as successful as you want?
Go back to the opportunity. Start from the beginning. So if you, and I've had sessions with a few of you already, it's the number one issue, universal, with the folks I mess with. You can't state the opportunity. You can state the idea, but you can't state the opportunity. So I think it's the number one problem. What is the customer problem you're solving? Most of you are doing what you like. So what? What is it solving? All businesses solve a customer problem. And so many of you have one lady, great website. I was surprised. I was like, oh, this is nice. Then I started talking to her. I was like, this website ain't got nothing to do with why you started this business. And she finally got it. I was like, yeah. I was like, oh, that's the easy problem. We can solve this right away. But she was like, oh, I did the research. Okay, doing the research is the first step, right? After you say the reason. You then have to analyze what you research. The next step is you have to do synthesis. So you figure out the customer problem. 10% of the population, particularly African American, have particularly dry skin. It can cause embarrassment. It can relate in health problems because they're scratching. See, that's ashy. right? I just said embarrassment. That's our number one reason why we buy so much lotion. Number one. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else because our mama said, don't go out there with them ashy elbows. That's a problem for us, but that's cultural, right? You wouldn't know it if you really didn't think about the problem, right? So that's the problem. Now I got to be like, what's deeper than that? So you think about breaking down the problem, and then you got to think about what components I put together. You got to brainstorm, how do I address the problem? Yes, you say, well, I produce shea butter, this or that, or whatever. That's okay, yes. That will solve ashiness. How will that solve embarrassment? Does it smell particularly nice? Is the container and packaging give me a feeling like, oh, this is cute? You know, when I take it out the purse, you know how we are. When we take something in our bag, you know, you want it to look right. Does it add a certain feeling? You know, does it have a certain texture? Have you ever bought something, it worked, but the texture's off? So then you start, you know, once you break down the problem, now you're trying to assemble what are the ideas. Here's the part people start, you can skip. You assemble the ideas and insights, right, from your brainstorming after you broke down the problem with the research. You then have to make decisions. Some of you think, oh, I'll just package this shea butter into a nice little jar and that's the decision, I'll sell that. No. Where do I sell it? What are the color scheme? How do I sell it? Is it direct to consumer or do I want to go through CVS? You then have to go through a litany of decision making. Then you have to prioritize your decisions. Because you can't sell a CVS and work the farmer's market. Once you have prioritized, that's what you write down as the decision. The appendix will have all the research. The body of the document has my decisions, and I reference the appendix with all the demographic information, how many black women live in this area, with da-da-da-da. But here are my decisions, and here's the goal that is associated with that decision, and here are the tasks that I need to achieve. And if I do this, I earn 10,000 sales per month from this customer market over this time period. Marketing costs will be X, da-da-da-da, will be Y. That's what the plan will contain. But then you got to go to work. You got to execute. So many of you will have not the problem in your head. You'll have the business idea in your head. You'll have your decisions in your head. And then you'll execute on the decisions you have in your head. And you thinking you're executing on the business plan. That's not what we're doing. Every day, you'll have your business plan in front of you in paper, whether it's a folder, however you want to do it. If you want to be digitized, fine, but it'll be on your desktop, because what's in the plan should be guiding your day-to-day activity. If you're supposed to have new packaging designed, approved, printed, and ready to launch by the end of the month, then I should be able to look at your calendar and see all those steps and activity laid out in your monthly calendar. That's execution. And if you don't meet the deadline, you need to put notations in the business plan, what happened, and what was the corrective action. This is why I say the business plan is living. You're adding information to it because you're documenting the progress. You got the new packaging, you launched, you hit a $10,000 goal, but you're only at $5,000. If you were not writing that down as part of the progress and execution of the business plan, you would not know you're not hitting the $10,000. And then guess what? After I'm monitoring, evaluation, you start all over again, whatever the end of that timeline is. That's business planning. It is a process. And so if you are currently in a business like the Madam CEO, the reason for your plan will be, I've been in existence 4 years and I did not hit my target goal revenue. That's the problem. That's the reason for the plan. So then all your research, internal research, meaning all the data points about the business, how it's been operating, and then you're going to do all the external research, meaning all about your customer, your industry, so you have a good assessment. Then you analyze all that stuff together. You document what you analyze, and you document what you think is pertinent that you need to break down. And then you document how you put it all together. Oh, I have an idea. My packaging is off. It was that one customer survey I did. Everybody said they love they love the product, but it was the one thing that I got a bad score on, but I didn't think any problem because it was a 4 out of 5 other than that. I need to redo that. So that's going to be a task. But that's what business planning is about. Because every stage, you're thinking. And whatever you think, you write down. I'm telling you, you don't want to do it. You're not going to want to do it. So you need to make your mind up. Are you going to sit down and write down everything about those steps? Because that's what it takes. So I have digital notebooks. I have regular notebooks. I got folders. I'm very poor at it, but everything about my plan is written somewhere. And I actually have my business plan in a PowerPoint format. So I took the same thing, instead of a Word document. I can't focus with that many words sometimes. The learning disability get in the way, so the bullet points help, but it's all information's there, right? So I don't care about the format you end up using, it's just that you do it. Questions? Thoughts? Issues? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm Ashley. The issue that I'm having in the planning is sometimes I don't know, my brain's all over the place. So sometimes I'm like, I have these 5 ideas I want to work on, but then I don't know if I should compartmentalize and work on one idea and get that done and then like check that off, or do I jump in and work on all the things that is my brain at once?
When you say idea, what are you talking about?
I think right now the brainstorming.
You sure? Because here's what happens. You do some research, right? You got a report on DC and the demographic. You'll be up here and get an idea and thinking that's the idea. That's not the idea. It might be significant. That might be interesting. Remember, you still got to go through analysis and then synthesis. You can't jump. You just simply got something you got excited about. It's not an idea. Yes. So I'll say to you, when you write it down, here's your double check. How does it fit with the reason why I'm doing the plan? Madam CEO had the same issue. She was like, I want to do the manufacturing. And then I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Can we sell this first? She was like, oh, yeah, let me do that. So sometimes our excitement for the possibilities of the business gets in the way of what the steps we need to do now to prepare the business for that new thing. But it's not an idea. The idea is about the reason for the plan. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So I just pretty much want to know, like, I'm Danielle, sorry. A lot of the stuff that I see in the paperwork is some of the stuff that I had to put in my investor pitch. So is a lot of this stuff interchangeable with that?
Great question. When you write your master business plan like this, you pull from it for every little thing. Oh, investor pitch. Oh, bank loan. You just pull what you need. But if you do it the first time and get a system for regularly doing, you're never out of information for whatever opportunity that might come up. Most people do a business plan because the banker said, I need a business plan. And then they sit down and they do a business plan, and then that's it. But you're absolutely right. All of this information goes right into an investor pitch. It rolls right into your marketing plan. It goes right into the financials. Remember the wealth buildings? It has multiple purposes if you do it right in the beginning. So great question. So yes.
So I have my businesses, and I don't have a plan.
Got. Madam CEO, thank you for the honesty. We'll take that. We'll take that.
So I'm thinking about just starting from the beginning
Right.
and working my way around. So how can I do that and still focus on making money in my business?
You keep doing what you're doing because you have a store, right? So you run the store. When you get to the internal, that is going to be where you ask yourself what's all going right and what's all going wrong in the store. So you use your experience day to day. So you keep the day to day. Remember, you're doing this in the evenings, after weekends or whatever, but you don't stop writing. What's going to be important for you is the reason for the plan. Is it to consolidate current business activity? Is the business plan just to gain efficiency with the current business I'm in? Even though I didn't write a business plan in the beginning, your reason is going to be the most critical thing. And oh, by the way, this getting to execution, it's 90 days. That's it. Shorter if you're more aggressive. Because guess what? You're never going to find all the information anyway. So you make the best decisions at the time because you got to get to execution. If you stay in planning, there was a time you would be in business planning, this process to write the document be a year. You don't have time to do that because the external environment is going to change on you. But when you see the changes and when you execution, you go back to the plan, you make a notation, right? Supply chain issues starting to be resolved. Cost of goods is starting to decline because you're in the store, right? You're running the business. And then you'd be like, okay, I can adjust some of my financial projections because I'm going to have some savings. You just make a notation. But from start to execution, 90 days.
And do you think this is why I feel so unorganized?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because if you don't have anything written down, how do you know where to go to start fixing something? Right? Like you guys probably have a running sales number in your head, but do you know how many customers you're supposed to get to that sales number? Do you know how much marketing money you say you want to spend to get to that number of customers to get to that sales money? Do you know how much you need to, what's your sales process that's supporting by the marketing dollars to get to the number of customers you need to get to that sales number? If you don't have that, then you're just guessing. You're just like, then you go to your staff, well, just sell more. Just right? That's what happened. And this is why we're mad on our jobs. Because most jobs don't do this. It's just some manager or your boss saying, hey, I need you to do this more. It's not about doing anything more. We want to do things differently and effectively. Some of you just spinning wheels and stuff you could stop doing. Okay, great question though. Anybody else? I see some heads, some wheels spinning.
You touched on the point of marketing, And as I'm looking at the business plan, I don't know exactly where in there do you fit in the marketing plan?
Great question. So a marketing plan can be separate from the business plan. That's one way. Or it can be embedded in the business plan. So you need to decide how you're going to do it. If it's embedded in the business plan, you have your market, customer analysis, your strategic competitive advantage, value proposition, and then in your systems, you will identify the plan for marketing and customer. If you are separating that out, you're going to still, if you have a separate business plan, you still have to pull out the marketing and customer analysis, industry analysis, competition analysis, strategy, and your marketing system to put into the plan anyway. It's the same information. So it's up to you if marketing is going to be a strategic goal of yours. For some of you, it might need to have a level of emphasis and have its separate goal. That's the plan. For some of you, your industry or business type has a far more dynamic marketing and environment, so your marketing might need to be in a separate plan, but it doesn't have to be, because it's the same questions. Who's the customer? What do you know about them? What do they like? What are the channels you're going to get to them? What's the value proposition? What's the communication? What's the messaging? And how much it's going to cost? That's going to be in the plan anyway. Okay? But this is why software companies get you. And other consultants will get you. Be like, oh, you just need a marketing plan. And they'll charge you for the business plan. And then they'll be like, well, I got to charge you for the marketing plan. No, that's not what you need to do. Okay? But great question. Anybody else? Okay, so let's.
And one more here.
Okay, so, sorry. So to the marketing part.
Yep.
Okay, so would it be smart for people that have similar niche to pair up to do marketing? So example, I was talking to one of my friends and I wanted to do a class so I can record me doing it so I can show that I have experience in it. And he suggested that we do like an entire thing where other people that had the same similar niches, whether they were reaching out to parents or, helping with litigation or creating groups, all of us come together and create this program so that we can all bring our own followers and stuff in and then increase the knowledge of the other groups that surround us, but as one situation. I think I'm asking that correctly.
It's a
Yeah, like to help.
possible idea as a result of analysis and synthesis. It's a possible idea if it's consistent with your marketing goal. Right? So whatever you're adding to them, what are they adding to you? Because that falls into the discussion we had about partnerships last week. That might be a strategic action to help you achieve your marketing / sales and customer goal. But you have to measure that against other potential decision-making and priorities to get to your marketing / sales customer goals. So no one can give you a definitive. It's what best match what you are trying to achieve. And if working with another reputable partner that is in the same world you're in, and your brand won't get lost or muddied, yes, might be viable. Others may not be so. Some of you may not have the resources to commit to a partnership. Because people don't think about that. They think it's just, oh, we'll just do this together. Well, what's the legal document that's supporting this partnership? So do I need to have a lawyer, or do you have a template? Because then that's $200-300. See how that gets into the budget? Okay. Then what's our partnership working plan? Because then we have an agreement. Now we have identified the things we got to do together, and then what do we need to do separately for this action to come off? See, it's all work. Is that going to detract from maybe some core things you need to do for the business? Partnership might be a great idea, and you might need to say, you know what, I need to get my legal system tighter and I need to get my product system tighter. So I'm coming to the table with, some solidarity of what's going on with me before I enter a partnership. So it's about what is best for the stage of your business, okay? That's the thing. I can't give you definitive yes or no on many things. That's just not how this works. It's what's best for your scenario. I just want you to think about partnerships earlier in the game than maybe later on, and social media has helped with that. But you knowing a little bit about your business might be a consideration. The thing is, are they biting off you or are you biting off them? Yeah, I hope they bring into the table what you bring into the table. I got you, but I have some awareness of the list of her products. So just making sure it's a fair match if she's partnering. But great question. Anybody else? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tanya Hanna, and I wanted to say something about partnerships.
Yep.
I have established different partnerships with foundations or organizations, and usually it's a give and take.
Yep.
For instance, I was working with children, and they were learning gaming and coding.
Yep.
At Microsoft.
Yeah.
So Microsoft used to watch me bring the children inside, and so they offered me a partnership.
Okay.
The partnership was, they love to help African American children, and I was bringing them. So I myself was working with schools that didn't have the tech.
Okay.
So that was, like a hand-in-hand thing.
Right.
So when you said that in the classroom, I was just over the phone. For some reason, I couldn't get in, so I never had a chance to comment. But I think that partnerships are quite powerful. You save a lot of money depending on who you're partnering with.
Right.
So that's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, moving forward with my businesses, I just wanted to know how, I guess I got to keep up with the trends probably, because this is something I did several years ago.
Right.
But I always usually build my image of who I am and things of that nature before I go forward.
Right.
So,
Yeah. I think you're on the right track with that kind of thinking.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
for sure.
All right.
Business has changed dramatically. Dramatically. I don't even do things the same way I did 5 years ago. So you've got to understand how you have to shift and change with your business. But great comments. Okay. So if the core of what you're doing for your business and where you want to go is going to depend upon what is the strategy for your business. If you don't do anything else, please determine your strategy, okay? And let me give you a little background on strategy because it's confusing. It's not clear. There are different definitions. This chart kind of highlights the different schools of thought, and then I'm going to tell you how I approach it. Up to you to choose what you want to do, but I find that this gives you more avenues for what you want to do with the business. So strategy as a word used in business came about in the 60s. So it's not that long, okay? So when you talk to a lot of business owners who were back in the day, or if you work for some of these older nonprofits or something like that, this is not something they were used to dedicating time and effort to because you didn't have to. It is now emerged as its full-fledged own field within the field of business, okay? So there are a couple of schools of thought. So here, some authors, some expert thinks strategy is all about position in the industry, okay? Others think strategy is about how well you are concentrated in a particular area or skill set. Others think it's about execution, how well you execute. And then others think is how well you adapt to the changing environment. So what if you Google, how do I determine my strategy? You could get articles, books, commentary from any of those fields. You got to recognize when you're seeing it from that point of view. I take the point of view that strategy is all about positioning in your industry. How are you going to be unique and different from everybody else? The reason why I do that is that because you can easily think, because it's you presenting that business idea, you can end up looking and feeling just like everybody else who's done it. So you need to be distinct, because your distinctness is what's providing value to the customer. And the value to the customer is solving their problem. And if you're solving it the way everybody else solved them, how well are you going to be able to compete? Unless you're the only one. And please be aware, rarely are you the only one. Because that's a trap. Well, I'm the only one that does this. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I understand what you feel. Tell me how, and then you can't tell me. Okay? So, I had a video on strategy from Michael Porter. He's like the guru. I hate to use Harvard as an example, but in this case, he actually is the guru in strategy. So I'm going to provide that link to you. But in a nutshell, he is saying strategy is the unique position you want to achieve, and it's about choice. Okay? Because if we did an analysis of your industry, there are going to be any number of players across that industry, however you want to examine it. And you could put different, some people are place-based, some people are competing about price. It doesn't matter how you want to look at it. Any number of ways. And if you have all these people, all these companies doing what you do, you have to figure out, how are you going to be different? So if you're a visual person, when I say strategy, you're trying to figure out what space in the market, this is the landscape of the market, that is going to pull enough customers in for you to be successful versus going up against everybody else. Okay? I once did a strategic session with a nonprofit. Their competition was 1,300 other nonprofits. This is the home of nonprofits, right? All of them are 501c3. There are thousands of nonprofits in this area. Everybody's got their hand out saying donate. And I said, okay, there's 1,300 folks in the DMV doing what you say you do. What you gonna do? Because your website look just like their website. Oh, we're doing this different because we've been doing this for 30, 40 years. Oh, okay. How are your fundraising numbers? Because fundraising is sales. Oh, yeah, we're down. Okay. Your competition's not down because I looked at their tax return. So they're doing something different that you're not. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alyssa. And I've been hearing that a lot. Oh, my friend has a candle business, and everybody has candle businesses now, right? It's so much of the norm.
Yep.
And so I am finding myself like, man, how can I set myself apart? How can I really be distinctful? But then also, a good friend of mine was like, you got to understand is that people will also buy your candles off of the strength of you.
Yes.
And how you position yourself in the social media world and what you are, how you come across. People will just subscribe to you.
Yep.
And so they'll want to buy your product. So I'm also trying to find myself in that realm of being more present and showing up in the social media world. Also, that means that you have to be a little bit more visible, a little more transparent.
We talked about that in the first session.
I like to be in the cut, like out the way, like I don't want nobody to see me, but I gotta kind of like step
100%.
outside of that.
100%.
Because people are like, oh no, we like her, so we just want to buy her candles.
Right.
So it's not really a question, just a comment to share.
But thank you, because you're heading my way. But also it gets back to your purpose. Remember, we started off this morning discussing why did you start the business? What was your reason? Every one of us is unique as an individual. Even if we go through the exact same experiences, our perspective is going to be different. So the reason you start, even if we're in the 4 categories, is going to be different. And if we are really honest about that, that becomes a story. That story embeds our purpose. So even if you're in the same field in catering, as there are hundreds of thousands of other caterers in this area, because this is an event area, your purpose and your story is different, and people buy from people. So you become part of the value proposition. But if you never think about being different, you leave yourself off the table. Some of you are coming from government, right? And I keep bringing this up because just because you're a government worker doesn't mean you're not an entrepreneur. You might be in the more administrative side of things, but that's okay. It still has an entrepreneurial realm. Some of y'all are coming with protocol and practices and can quote law like you would not believe, right? If you applied that to catering, yes, that's not the candles, I'm sorry. That's not the creative side. But if you're procedural and your value proposition is on time, every time, perfect order. What? So if you have a lavender, give me something to go with lavender, because I now know it's 2 cents. You just don't do the 1 cent. You know, you got the lavender, something else, something right. Lavender, vanilla. See, I know a little something. Y'all been sleeping on your girl. You got the lavender, vanilla, right? You got it and somebody else got it. I go to their website. They got the prettiest packaging. Prettiest packaging. It'll take 6 weeks to get to me, though. You have nice packaging. DMV owned, run and operated, created, conceived. You got the language of DMV, right? And you got nice packaging, but not overwhelming, right? You don't got all the flowers. Some of them, but not all of them. And you say it'll be there in 2 to 3 days. You'll have tracking information. Here's our 1-800 number to call if you have any issues. Here's your portal to log in. If I need it for this birthday event I got, because I forgot to order, who am I going to order from? And then I read About Us. Do you know the About Us page is one of the top pages customers go to on a website? And it tells me about your story of why you started. You know, you said it was a gift to your mother who wasn't doing well, and it gave her a boost in her spirit. So you did it, part-time, but you still had the government job. So now, you were in project management, because I know a lot of y'all in project management. So you take those same principles of how it needs to be on time, it needs to be done right, because we don't know that occasion that you are buying this candle for is so important. It was as important as our mother was to us. And so we produce these candles for your special event, because your special event is special to us. What? Say something to me. Say something. Did I kill it? She said my event is special to her. And she got a little letters behind her name with the project manager certification. I was like, I know I'm getting this thing on time. She just differentiated herself. She didn't do anything else but add her story, differentiate herself. Then I go to your social media, and it speaks to the message of on time in this special event. And everybody else who's submitting there and tagging her company is talking about how it was so special and how it got there on time. That's value proposition. Value proposition is to the heart of strategy. So her strategic position as a candle maker would be the specialness of your life, special to us, low cost, on time delivery. That's strategy.
I didn't kill any, to be honest with you. I smacked
How that sound?
to the back, so,
So in a field of all the candle makers, let's say this big bubble is the large-scale manufacturer, right? And she's small down here, but she's got a position, nobody else is doing this. And she picked a point out here because she's found that there are X number of people who buy candles for special events. There are X number of people who buy candles for special events, make certain income, live in the DMV area, live in the area so much they like to support local. That's her customer. The demographics show that the population of the DMV and how they're so culturally connected to DMV is growing, incomes are growing, so the market is growing. I just laid out the opportunity. And then she chose a strategy. How we think about that? That's where you have to be. Thank you, Madam CEO, for bringing that question up, that comment. But that's what you got to do. It sounds easy, because I just rattle it off, right? But you got to do the background research and make the decisions to get to that simplified version. Because once you make it complicated, you make everything else more complicated. It's already tough enough to run the business. So you have to simplify it. Okay? All right. Let's take a 10-minute break, because then we're going to do our value proposition exercise and see if we can come out with that statement.
I mean, you know that group, y'all have a Google Classroom. Can I have one? I haven't been able to get on. I wanted to see the pamphlet. I've been listening to the sessions from my phone, but I haven't been able to get on the site at all. So, would this help me? Yeah. Okay. But I've been listening through my phone online. I just wanted to go in and get assignments and pull stuff. I haven't been able to do it. Okay.
What's going down, huh?
What do you think?
Said, so, how does your company work with other? They give contribution, they give in-kind services.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You asked me
Lots of
to yet?
donations, lots of different
I'm just signing. That's fine. Whatever. Excuse me. Where do I sign in?
Okay. Are you partners?
Yeah.
How much did you sell today? How much did you sell today? Thank you. So you know, I think the best thing for you to do is to write it up and send it to you, because
Oh, you want me to get my pen so I can write it up?
yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant my company. So we have what we call Bates White Community Connections. Under that, we do fundraisers, We have like Wednesdays, and sometimes we have like in-person.
So you do them at your office?
Yes, uh-huh. We also do pro bono, which is what you're looking for, to have some questions answered.
Right.
So I would actually just write down what you need,
Yeah.
and then I send it off to the committee.
Okay, so we're going to say the BlackBone project. And then you want to put in parentheses, www.
Okay, I picked that up.
BlackBone, yeah,
Okay.
where the website is. It's designed to train 600 Black women entrepreneurs and leaders over the next 3 years. These women, these businesses are in food,
Wait a minute.
retail,
Wait a minute. Hold on, Arden.
retail, construction, and professional services. They primarily reside in wards 7 and 8. The program provides education, incubator space, coaching, mentoring, and mental health support. The project's primary partners are J.P. Morgan
Wait a minute.
Chase,
Hold on.
Emerson Collective, and D.C. Department of Small and Local Business. The project is looking for opportunities to partner with companies to access coaches, mentors, and financial support for its coaching program.
Oh, see, I thought you wanted a data analysis.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay.
Because that's what you guys, yeah. So, yeah. I forgot that's what you guys did, the economic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, as you see from this discussion, that most people have been doing research.
Right, like you had me
And
do.
that, and so data analysis to support retail, same thing, retail, professional service, food, and construction sectors in the region. And then, finally, this support, this will help the businesses in their research. Research component of their business plan.
So what type of data are we asking them to?
Some market data, market data. Market and consumer.
So market and consumer analysis.
Yeah.
Of the this area.
Right.
Deep district.
Yeah, turn you into a nerd over there.
Who?
Where you work.
What'd you say there?
No, I'm saying, who follows data?
I know I do. I hate looking at those Excel sheets. Every time I have to do something on Excel, I'm like, oh gosh. I had to do an invoice the other day. So I don't use Excel a lot. I'm strictly
Right.
Word or whatever. So I was just hoping that all my figures I could just copy and paste.
Yeah.
No, why?
You got
I was able to copy and paste, but then
But you have calculations.
I had some
and
extra.
formulas and
yeah. So I didn't want to ask anybody like I didn't know. So I did figure it out. I just went up into that whatever that is and copied the whatever you call that thing. And then I pasted it in that cell, and then everything added up okay. I'm like, oh yeah, I learned something.
It's all the same. It's basically if
You do a lot of Excel?
I used to do it a lot, but I had to learn how to do the formulas.
Right, yeah.
And so then once you learn, then they automatically calculate.
Well, look,
So
now
it really
long
makes
as,
it easier.
as long as I know now I can copy it straight add it,
Right,
that's fine.
No, yeah.
In my other job,
So
I
long
had to
as
do
there's
pivot
no
tables.
formula in that cell that you're pasting in.
Right. And it wasn't, so it worked out fine. Because even though I train in Excel, you take those classes, you don't use them, and
Right.
that's it. So my other job at the law firm, I had to do pivot tables. I'm like, why did y'all give this assignment
What
to me?
table?
Pivot tables, where you extract, I forgot it. So I worked for this lady that handled all the pro bono.
Right.
So every month we had to do a pro bono report.
Gotcha, okay.
So this report, that's okay.
Oh, you're kidding.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, let's get back to it. Any opening questions, thoughts on what we've covered so far? No? Okay. Last hour. Let's power through. Can you charge it now?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, let's get back to it. Let's focus. We're going to power through this. Now, we talked about value proposition. It's the core of your strategy, and then you're going to construct a business plan to figure out how do you achieve that value, because that's going to achieve sales, customer reputation, all of that good stuff, right? So let's go through an exercise. I just handed out to you what's called the value proposition canvas. In the consulting world, there is a whole field of people that have developed, oh, you don't? I thought I had put it in. They have developed these templates. They've become world-renowned, so I wanted to make sure we're using the best materials possible. So this is what we're on. Let's go through them, and then you're gonna try to do yours, okay? So we describe the customer problem in using the terms jobs, pains, and gains. So what we're trying to figure out is what are the customer jobs? Things the customers are trying to get done in their work and or their lives. That's their job. Here's the thing, when you think about their job, it's not just related to the problem. It's much broader, but I got examples I'll show you. So the jobs can be classified as either personal or emotional. So we seek for a specific emotional state. Have you ever bought something and been so relieved? Like, I had to get a new water heater one time, right? And they were like, oh, we can come out today. And I was like, oh, thank God, right? It had nothing to do with the actual water heater. I was like, you can come fix it, because I hot showers, hot bath, I got the candles, I got the bath salt. I need my whole setup done. It was going to ruin my whole day. So think about what's the emotional, personal state that the customer might be seeking. Next is the social. Customers want to look good or gain power or status. Whether we want to admit it or not, there are some products we buy simply because how it appears to others. Remember that Coach bag we say we're going to give up? We're going to put the Coach bag on the Christmas list for somebody else to buy, because we focus on this business. But for some of us, that gives us a feeling, because we know how others are responding to what we have, right? So there's a social element. And then there's a pure functional element. Customers try to perform or complete a task or solve a specific problem, and your product allows them to do it. So it's purely functional. Those are the elements you got to think about. What are the customer jobs that they're trying to get done? The pains are anything that's interfering in the way the customer gets that job done. Anything that's annoying before, during, or after trying to get that job done. Okay? That's a pain. The gains, 4 types. Here's where it gets deep. Most of us can think of the jobs, most of us can think of the pains. Here's where we really get deep. And I want you to think about Apple when we go through these. So the gains are desired outcomes or benefit the customer wants. And it's even desires they might not even have thought about. I give you the iPad. We had no need for the iPad. But the gain was like, I get to carry this thing around. I don't have to carry my laptop. I didn't even think it was anything other than the laptop and a BlackBerry, because remember back then that was success. Okay? So here are some gain categories. Required gains. These are gains without which the solution wouldn't work. So if I buy your product, at minimum, it should just do what it's supposed to do. So if you buy a smartphone, you're expecting that it should make a clear call, right? That's the minimum gain that's required. There's an expected gain, relatively basic gains that we expect from a solution, even if it could work without them. So a smartphone, we want it to make calls, but wouldn't it be nice? It looks good too, right? How many of you have bought the phone because of the way it looked, right? Got a certain covering, it's different than just the pure old black, right? All right. Next is desired gains. These are gains that go beyond what we expect from a solution, but would love to have it if we could. So if your smartphone not only can make crystal clear calls, it has an aesthetic, and it integrates with other stuff in my life. I didn't expect that, right? I just wanted to make the calls. Now it's doing all this other little cute stuff. Now we can buy lottery tickets on our phone. Y'all see this new app? You can buy the lottery ticket. Like, didn't expect that from a cell phone, right? But that's a desired gain. And then it's the unexpected that goes far beyond, and this really takes it to another level. Goes beyond expectations. Customers wouldn't come up with them even if you asked them. I would not have come up with the iPad. I would have came up with a better laptop. So this is where you get to put not only your thinking cap on, but your creative cap. What else could you add or include with your product and solution that just takes it over the edge? This is where you think deep. Because we're beyond basics. And if you think that deep, then you start to differentiate yourself from everybody else that's doing it, right? So, to help you do this, you need to put together a customer profile. I'll let you do this at home. And this is where you think about and you create an ideal picture of someone that would represent your customer group. And you could name them. You could get a picture from the internet to kind of give them a little visual. Here you're trying to uncover the trends that happen with that group. You provide some demographic information, things they like, the technology they use, the challenges they might have. You want to sketch out who would be fitting for your product. So you keep it in mind while you're trying to determine what's the value proposition. And then you go through your value proposition exercise. So you have the template in front of you, and you're trying to get a product problem fit. Okay? So on the value proposition side of the template, you write in your products and services that we're thinking about. And then you're going to write in what was called the pain relievers and gain creators. The pain relievers are factors about your product that relieve the customer pains. The gain creators are other factors about your product that are going to produce the customer gains. So we're splitting up the pain and the gain, because the pain is the easier part. Because imagine if I could alleviate your pain and give you extra, then I'm really selling you something, right? But you got to write it down to see if it fits. So let's go through an example. Yes, ma'am. They're going to address the customer gains. Yeah. So I kept with our Tesla model, Tesla example. So we have Tesla and Toyota. So they put a little customer profile here, right? So they say upper middle class male, and I think that's 100,000 income. Just very basic profile, right? And so the customer job to be done, they occasionally drive long distance. They want to be different from others. They commute to work personal mobility, and they want to convey an image of success. So their problems are not just functional. The functional is I got to drive to work. But some of the problems are social and feeling, right? I want a sense of, give everybody thinking I'm doing good, right? So what are the pains? Let's see, lack of charging stations, fear of a dead battery, frequent charging, accidents, right? Because remember, electric cars when they first came out, not what we have now, right? You couldn't find a charging station. It's not like you go to Walgreens and you could charge. So my hesitancy with an electric car, that would have been a pain. A gain would be like, oh, I need seating for 4 to 7, meaning I don't want a small little wimpy little car, right? I want brand recognition. I want a design that looks nice. I want a range of 200 to 400 miles. Because remember, the pain is I don't want to run out of juice, okay? I want a high-end battery tech, compliments from others. Because see, that would be the unexpected gain. You know how it feels when you pull up with a nice car and people be like, oh, that's nice. Where you get that from? You feel kind of important, right? Like I got a Mini Cooper when I first got it, but this is my second one. Everybody was like, oh, especially men. Gas station, Lord Jesus. Does it get good gas mileage? Like, you know it gets good gas mileage. But okay, yes, let's play along. Yes, yes. And but can I fit in? I was like, yeah, I seen some 6-foot dudes getting a Mini Cooper, right? It was different. It was unusual. Mini Coopers were smaller then. I felt a certain kind of way because not everybody had a Mini Cooper, and I didn't want a car everybody else had, right? It was high quality. I didn't want to buy a BMW, but it is a BMW, right? So it gave me all of that in a different kind of package. So it hit all of my areas, right? So let's look at what Tesla did with the pain relievers and gain creators. So the pain relievers, they have charging service stations every 45 to 50 miles. They have a network and it seats 5 plus people. So that means I can commute to work, because that's the problem, right? I drive occasionally. I could fit people in there if I want to. I got other gain creators in that it's possibly autonomous car, high tech. There's a design and style to it. There's a certain performance, 0 to 60 in X number of seconds or whatever, right? Yes, go ahead.
Tesla recently did something else. They partnered with like homeowners, and they will pay you to have the charging station at your house. Yeah. And that's.
So because Tesla focused on the pain of charging, in the industry, their charging station, their style of it, is now rated as #1. To the point, they now have even a partnership with Ford Motor Company so that Ford could use their charging technology. See, it all started that somebody just wanted to go to work but wanted to be fly doing it and wanted people to compliment them, right? But because they did this kind of analysis, they pushed it even further, and it became a more valuable product than just a car. That you got other companies buying into your network, because you know that they're going to get a check from Ford, right? So here is an example of products and services that have pain relievers and gain creators that are addressing, notice, not all of the issues with the customer. It's just the right factors that you are addressing. This guy, $100,000 a year, male, right? Middle class, upper middle class. You know he's got to drive to work, but he want to do it in some style. Image is important, but in case you got to carry some folks, you don't want to run out of electricity, so you got to be able to charge up. They address the right set of factors, not all of them. So here's your challenge for the next 20 minutes. Write down your products and services. You don't have to write all of them, but just the main ones you're working on right now. You're going to start with the customer jobs. That's the other trick of filling this out. After you write down the products and services, you go to the other end of the page and you write down the customer jobs. Remember, the customer, what is they got to do in their world? It's not only about the product, okay? Then you're going to try to identify what are the pains, what annoys them in getting their job done. And then you're going to try to write down some gains. What would they might like if they got your product or service? And then you got to figure out, does my product even have the pain reliever or the gain creator? And guess what? It's okay if this is blank at first. That's what the business planning process will tell you. Okay, I need to do some research. Because if you can't fill this out, we didn't do the research. Okay? So let's take the next 20 minutes. Dig deep. I know you're tired. Dig deep. See how you can write this down. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, if you could just explain that again, the customer jobs portion.
So the customer jobs, they are things customers are trying to get done in their work or lives. It's very broad. It's broad on purpose. For example, if your customer are mothers, what's their job? Clean, cook. Yeah, thank you. Take care of the kids, self-care. That's a job for them. They got to go to work. Yep. In relation to your business, pick one customer group, just one. Next, you're going to do the pains and gains. Mm-hmm. That's, yeah, you're in the right spot. Uh-huh. That's it. Yeah, but see what I'm saying? You got to start with customer jobs, then you go to the pains, then you go to gains. That's the trick to this canvas. Even though you write your products and services that start off on the left-hand side of the page, you got to go to the right-hand side, and you work back. It's a trick. So you're in the right place. You think in the right way, but yeah. Yep. So what's the customer job? So you got to think of a profile of one customer group. Because guess what? If you have multiple customer groups, you do a different canvas. Yep.
So is this considered a job? You can do that work and
Yep.
going out,
Yep.
enhance outfits and personal stuff.
Yep.
And pain could be
Talk to me. Come on, Madam CEO. Yep. Say it. It's more elaborate, but just pick one for yourself right now. Black, female, something, $50 value, whatever it may be. say this. Okay, I know we are perfectionists, and before we wrap up, this is a new skill. It's a new skill you're trying to employ for your business. You are not going to get it right on the first time. Just like the business model canvas, you should have been doing that like at least 5 or 6 times by now. You got to keep going over it. And when you find yourself in a jam, it's probably because we don't have clarity on the customer. You need to know who is the customer you think you're going after. And guess what? If you don't think you can know anything about the pain or gains, that means you got to do research on them. Or they're the wrong customer. Sometimes when the tool says you got it wrong, that might be the best thing for you. Now, I gave you a second handout. This is a cheat sheet of how you can come up with what the value proposition statement will be, and therefore be the crux of your strategy. So this little template here, you just fill in based upon how you filled in the canvas. And guess what? You do it over and over and over until you get a very simple, smooth statement. You say, our products and services helps insert customer segment who want to do jobs to be done by what? You put a verb in the customer pain, and then you put a verb in a customer gain, and then unlike your competition, that's what you do. This becomes the basis of your strategy. So now you have to build the systems of the business to support this. Yes. The business plan outlines the things you need to do in the business to achieve this value proposition and any goals you have about the business. But you can't do this without the research. You gotta know who you're trying to sell to because they represent an opportunity. But you have to know the jobs to be done. So the customer problem is divided into their jobs to be done, their pains and gains. Your product and services are not to be cute, but they are going to be providing certain pain relievers and certain gain creators. Just like the Tesla example, you do not have to solve all their problems. Just the right ones that they pick you as who they're going to buy from. Because 100 companies could do the same thing and they're in the same business type and come up with different variations. And they will all be different. So you're going after a slightly different target market. Right? There are over 6 million people in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. We got thousands of jobs to be done. Thousands. Opportunity is wide open, but you have to do this work. Now, when you get the slides, you're going to get the references. So some of you like to read the background material. Do it again. You'll get there is a little instructional document that I'll put up. You just rehearse this over and over again. Once you think you got a solid idea, then you go back to the business template outline, right? And then say, okay, I need to start documenting all the research. Customer, location, market, industry, etc. That's where our one-on-one meeting will go through how do you put that together. Now, the next 2 sessions, we're going to go a little deeper with the planning and talk more about marketing analysis and the financial analysis. And then on Thursday, we'll talk about, okay, we got a lot of stuff. How do we put all of this together so we can move forward into execution? So the rest of this week, we're going to continue our planning. But I don't want to keep you over. It's 3 o'clock. I will be around. Feel free if you want to ask more questions and walk through this. There was a lot we were supposed to cover today, but we hit our main objective, okay? When you get the slides, take your time, go through it, because it's going to give you more things to think about to get this done. Okay? Questions, thoughts? Any other questions? Yes, you can send things to me. Yep, no problem. And I'll give you my parting gift. There's a reason why the notebooks are blank. I'm going to give you a series of stickers that have some sayings on it. You can apply them to your little notebook as you see fit. You can see one of the shirts I'm wearing is called Hustle with a Plan. Yeah, I know y'all not going to stop hustling. I know. I don't particularly love the phrase, but if you're going to hustle, we got to do it with a plan. So that's one of the stickers here. Then it says big, bold dreams, goals, and ideas. That's going to be the heart of the notebook, is to write down all of your ideas and dreams and goals. Because that's what makes you you. That's going to be part of your story. Then we got to dream bigger, think bolder. The other one is mindset is everything. We have the BlackBone project. And in my own personal brand, I live by this creed, live to defy limits, journey forward. That is my own personal brand. Okay? We are moving forward. No matter what has happened in your past, it becomes an asset for what we're doing now. I got the therapist shaking her head, so you know I'm right. Okay, Madam CEOs, it's been a pleasure. I will be here for some more if you want to chit-chat, talk, questions, but I don't want to keep you over time. Please do not think this is it. We will meet. If you want another group session, an idea from Madam CEO earlier, please make a request, and I will show up. If y'all want to get together again and just chop it up, I will do that, okay? Any other questions, thoughts?
Is this ours?
Everything's yours. Okay. The mission and vision I gave you as a template, in case you don't have it, mission for your company. It feeds into the business planning, and so we didn't go over it in detail, but I wanted you to have it, okay? I'll try to cover it in the webinar on Thursday.
Thank you, BP.
Questions, thoughts, concerns?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be in touch with you this week. I want to start coming in. Have you guys started?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Love those glasses.
I love it.
Take
Hey,
care.
guess what? Every time we see you, your hair's a different color.
Oh, when it's freshly